Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2023 Canadian County Junior Livestock Show. We're about ready to start the goat show. We're going to be starting our does first. If you will be, please be bringing those Class 1 does to the holding area. Before we get into that, at about 12 o'clock when we're getting ready to start, we will start with the national anthem, but please start bringing your Class 1 does and Class 2 does to the holding area. Ladies and gentlemen in the arena, if you will please stand and remove your hats. We're about ready to have our national anthem to start our Good Goat Show.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? Oh, so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular amongst birds singing their gay through the night, and our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Absolutely wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, what a great rendition we get to use right there. Well, once again, welcome to the 2023 Canadian County Youth Livestock Show. Get to be back in this fine arena, and we're getting ready to start with the goat show, starting with the does. Please be having your Class 1, Class 2 does to the holding area. Be thinking about bringing Class 3. We'd sure like to have them up there and keep the old show going. All for our first class of breeding does. These are two individual entries. In our first class, we have one that weighed 54, and the next one is 75. These do show by division, so this will also be your division champion and reserve division champion. Need Class 3 in the holding area. Class 3 doe goats, please be making your way to the holding area. There are 3 head in that class. Analyzing our does and our goats and our sheep today is Joel Romero from Mulhall, Oklahoma. Let's give Joel a big round of applause as he starts the day of a long day.
First and foremost, I want to thank you all for having me. It's always awesome to get asked to judge these county deals, but not only that, El Reno means a lot to me. This was actually my home for junior college for 2 years. Enjoyed my time here a good deal, and again, just a very, I guess, had a lot of time to reflect on the way down here, and I'm sure I will do that a bunch on the way home this evening. Again, just very, very excited to work with the young people here within our first division. We've got 2 single entries and in their own respected classes, and I'll just tell you all what's going through my mind. We got our Class 1 winner is one that just from a distance, one that gives you a really striking look. I like that doe a good deal in terms of her forearm, her width of chest, and still her bottom line is appropriate. She's tall fronted and extended. One that of the pair out here, I just read that one maybe just having a little bit more shape up high over her rack and loin, and we get off on a 3/4 view. I actually think that one is stouter there out of the base of her tail, and I like the shape that she has to her stifle. Maybe just some little things. Obviously, she doesn't quite want to cooperate there for the young lady when we get her into motion. I'd like to see her maybe just go just a little bit more comfortably. Her front feet want to go east and west just a little bit, but again, I think if we just want to talk about moderation, shape, and just look of quality, I think that one does that, and then some. One here out of our second class is a doe. Again, just big picture, a very solid doe that just hits me as really broody. She's soft in terms of her center body, one that's still got some muscularity there to go with it. I think to me comparatively to our Class 1 winner, maybe just a little bit more ordinary. I want to make her a little broader and stouter there in terms of her lower jaw. I wish she had just a little bit more genuine shape up high. Wish she had just a little bit more pipe as well in terms of her features. So again, that's just kind of what I see, guys. If you will, let's put our hands together for these young people. I'll get you a champion in reserve.
Congratulations, both are class winners. Winning our first division comes out of Class 1, Madeline Shropshire from Yukon FFA. Second overall in the division is Abby Miller from Union City 4-H. Congratulations to those young ladies. We're now ready to start into our Class 3 Division 2. There are 3 entries in this class, weight range of 92 to 98 pounds. Please be bringing Class 4, Division 3 goats to the holding area. Doe goats, Class 4 to the holding area.
You gotta pass them down.
Young lady in the back, you'll be third, and you'll be second, first. Nice class here, and I think there's definitely some give and take within our top pair, and I'll tell you all what I see. I think our class winner here is one that's just, I like her forearm. She's a lot broader there in the base of her chest, and you get your hands on these things. She just reads with more genuine shape and crisp shape over the top side of her skeleton. She's got a big, big loin edge, and we get off on a three-quarter view female that's a lot stouter there out of the base of her tail, and I like the shape there that she has to her stifle. No doubt I want to relax her there in the middle of her back. I wish she was longer there in terms of her hip, and I think that's actually where our second place has the advantage, is one that I like her added extension and length of body. She's more relaxed there in the middle of her back, and I like how extended she is in terms of her hip. At the same instance though, read her just a little bit flatter there in the shape to her rib cage. Wish she was stouter out of her pin bones. Wish she had more shape there to her stifle. Want to open her up there in the base of her chest. One that rounds out this particular class. Still got some feature and some extension. This pole, though, just needs more chest, needs more body shape. Let's put our hands together for these kids for a job well done. Nice job.
Congratulations. Winning Class 3. Also, our Division 2 champion goes to Cole Holdridge of Piedmont 4-H. Second place and reserve division champion is Kaylin Menard of Yukon FFA. Third place is Armida Chapman of Yukon 4-H. That completes our Division 2. We're now ready to go into Class 4, Division 3. Two head in this class. Weight range of 113 to 117. Please have your Class 5 Division 4 doe to the holding area. Following the Class 5, we will go into our champion doe overall. So please have your division and reserve division champions on hold in the holding area.
Another nice class here, and I thought within this particular pair, I think we've got one here that just has the upper hand and advantage in terms of feature and form and just from nose to tail. I think one that's just naturally a lot broader and has more clearance down low. You get your hands on them, and I think her class winner is just rounder there in the shape to her rib cage. She's stouter in terms of her pin bones and just has more set there, more lower shape there to her lower hiney. One here that rounds out this particular class. I think a doe that's still got some quality in terms of being big-bodied. She still is practical there and got a low-maintenance kind of a look. To me, just personally, comparatively, needs just a little bit more feature, needs more actual shape. Wouldn't mind that one just being a little stouter there in terms of her pin bones. Let's put our hands together for these kids for a job well done.
Congratulations. Results for Class 4. Winning the class and also winning the division is Madeline Shropshire of Yukon FFA. Second place in reserve division overall is Armida Chapman of Yukon 4-H. We're now ready for our fifth and final class of doe goats. We have one entry in this class, weight of 127. Please have your division champions and reserve champions in the holding area to go into the grand drive following this drive.
Single entry here within this particular class, and a doe that, again, just a big picture, a very, very solid doe. Her bottom line is appropriate, one that still has enough shape and muscularity there running down her back. Her neck sits on top of her shoulder there. I guess big thing for me, wish this one was just a little stouter and broader there in terms of her jaw. Want to shorten up her ear length there ever so slightly. But again, I like her lines and her silhouette. I think a very, very nice one here to win her last class. Let's put our hands together for this young man for a job well done. Good job. Good job.
Congratulations. Winning Class 5 and also your Division 4 champion is Cole Holdridge of Piedmont 4-H. We're now ready to bring back all of our division champions in to show for Grand Champion Doe overall. Representing Division 1, our division champion was Madeline Shropshire of Yukon FFA. Our champion coming out of Division 2 is Cole Holdridge of Piedmont 4-H. Coming out of Class 3, our champion for Division was Madeline Shropshire, and representing Division 4 was Cole Holdridge. Please have your reserve division champions in the holding area. Following grand and reserve grand, we'll go right into the sale order lineup for the Doe Goat Show.
Very, very good lineup out here of females, and I'll just tell you all what's going through my mind. One that won our first division is one that, like I said, I like her striking look, like her arm and her neck set. One that still is appropriate there in the shape to her body. Three-quarter view is very, very impressive. Want to change her there in terms of when we get her into motion. Her front feet want to go east and west, and she wants to bring in her hocking from behind. But again, I think a very, very nice doe there to win our first division. Here in our Division 2, there was a pair of them that stuck out, and I thought of the pair. We went ahead and elected to start the doe that had just a little bit more heat and a little bit more shape there running down her back. I like her feature, still is extended through her front end. Obviously, like I said, I want to relax her there in the middle of her back over her loin. I want to extend her there in terms of her hip, but again, I liked her just in terms of her shape and muscularity. The one that was reserved to her, no doubt, she was more extended and better structured and better out of her hip and hind leg. I thought that one just was a little longer there in terms of her ears. Thought she was more closed up there in the base of her chest. Didn't think her pin bones were quite as stout. Here in our next division is one that a doe that again got big paws, a big arm. I love how opened up she is there in the base of her chest. One that still I thought three-quarter view comparatively to the one that was second to her just was more goat there. I think out here we get her out here and I ask myself, is there enough back? Is there enough shape? Because she's a little A-frame there over her back. Just wish there were just more shape. Want to make her stouter and more broader there in terms of her jaw. Want to shorten her up there in terms of her ears, but again, just in terms of feature and arm and with the chest, that one is impressive. One here that wins our last division, again, I thought a doe that still offers some quality in terms of her bottom line, her neck setting, and still had enough shape and dimension. Like I said, I nitpicked her just a little bit there in terms of her jaw and her ear set. I thought she could maybe just use just a shot more boldness there in terms of her body shape, but again, I think a very, very nice one there to win our last division. So I'm going to give these things one more look, if you will. Let's put our hands together for these kids for a job well done.
They should have.
Congratulations, your grand champion doe goat comes out of Division 1. That's exhibited by Madeline Shropshire of Yukon FFA. That brings in reserve division in that division, Abby Miller of Union City to 4-H to show for reserve grand champion doe overall. Once again, following this, we will finish lining up the does for sale order, so have all of your doe goats in the holding area so we can proceed right through the sale order. Be sure to bring your blue cards for sale order. We need to make sure when you're doe goats and you're coming for sale order, please bring your blue cards with you. Your reserve grand champion doe goat overall comes out of Division 3. That's also Madeline Shropshire from Yukon FFA. That brings in reserve division Armida Chapman to show for third best overall. We guarantee 3 does into the premium sale, so these top 3 are guaranteed a spot in the premium sale. After that, there'll be alternates chosen in case anybody scratches. Once again, please have all of your does in the holding area because we're probably going to go all the way to the bottom of this to figure out our sale order. So there are 8 total head, and we're going to go through all 8 in case of scratches. Our third in the sale order comes out of Division 2. Exhibited by Cole Holdridge right there. And that brings in Callan Mignard for Yukon to show for 4th overall. Coming out of Division 4, that's Cole Holdridge. That's our 4th selection. That coming out of Division 1 is your 5th selection. That's Abby Miller from Union City 4-H. That leaves us with our 2 central classes, so the pot should be correct. And that's Callan Menard from Yukon FFA. That's number 6. We're now ready to show for number 7, Armida Chapman. All right, congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's give a big round of applause together for all the doe goat exhibitors. A nice show. It may be small, but the quality is definitely there. Thank you, John, for running through those. Pretty nice. We're now ready to get ready for the Wether Goat Show.
Does he want to take a picture with the doe goat?
We ask that the judge please take pictures with the doe goats. So, John, if you'll run over there to the backdrop right quick, we'll take a quick break between the does and the wethers. Let's have our top 3 doe goats. Once again, in our sale order for the doe goat situation right there, coming out grand champion overall was Madeline Shropshire of Yukon FFA. Reserve grand champion and second in the sale order was Madeline Shropshire, Yukon FFA. Third overall was Colt Holdridge of Piedmont 4-H. Fourth one out for the sale order is Cole Holdridge of Piedmont 4-H. Fifth overall, Abby Miller of Union City 4-H. Sixth, Callum Mignard of Yukon FFA. And seventh was Armida Chapman of Yukon 4-H. We'll have a quick break for the judge to go over and take some pictures at the backdrop with our grand, reserve grand, and bronze does. Following that, we'll go right into our Wether Goat Show. So please be bringing those Class 1 Wether Goats to the holding area. All right, we're stepping into our first class of Wether goats. We have one entry in this class, weight of 66 pounds. Please have your Class 2 Wether goats in the holding area to go right into that. Single entry in this class, so we'll go pretty fast. Let's have all 4 of our Class 2 Wether goats to the holding area, please.
Single entry here in our first division, and the Market Goat Show. A young lady brings us a Wether here that's got some feature and some extension there through his front end. I like his added length to body, and still is very level there in terms of his top line, which this goat just had a little bit more lead to his pencil from nose to tail. But again, I like his silhouette a good deal. If you will, let's put our hands together for this young lady. She's done an awesome job. Nice job.
Congratulations. Winning Class 1 is Kelly Ames of Union City 4-H. We're now ready to go into Class 2. We have 4 entries in this class. Weight range of 84 to 91 pounds. Please have your Class 3 Wether area. Class 3 Wether goats, be on your way to the holding area.
We turn up the heat just a little bit here within this particular class, and our class winner, I think everyone's basically fighting for silver here when this guy first hit the ring, because just in terms of feature and forearm shape with the chest, and still his neck sets where he needs to. He is very, very level there in terms of his top line. I like his aggressive shape that he has up high. Got a big loin edge, a stout pin set. I like his stifle shape there a good deal. If we're going to nitpick this guy, if I were, I guess, to throw a dart at him, I wish his rib cage was just a little bit bolder just in terms of his rack, because I think his rack is big. I think his actual upper rib cage could be bolder. We get him in motion as well. Wants to bring in his hocking from behind ever so slightly, but I think within this particular class, he wins, and he wins for fun. I think a very high-quality animal to go ahead and start us off. I thought the decision that was needed to be made here between 2nd and 3, because I think you got two different types and kinds, and honestly, I think the one that we ended up landing on too closely resembles and mimics our class winner in terms of his profile and feature and forearm. Still got a big chest, and he handles fresh and firm there over his rack. I like his lower stifle shape there a good deal. I thought comparatively in terms of our class winner, obviously he doesn't have the bells and whistles. Didn't think his rib cage was maybe quite as bold. I wish his loin edge was squarer and firmer. Just wants to round off there ever so slightly. He's got a nice shape there, stifle shape. I want to drop him there in terms of his twist, and I wish he just had just a little bit more there in the seat of his pants. The one that comes in 3 undoubtedly has more there in the seat of his pants. We get off on a 3/4 view. No doubt he is the most impressive there in that regard between our 2nd and 1st place. Love the boldness of his body. Love his spread up high. Man, that thing's got a fat back. He's got awesome stifle shape and a big chest. Obviously, we get that guy into motion. I think that's where he shows his true colors. Just a little bit more upright there in the angle of his shoulder. He wants to bring in his hocking from behind. I wish he was more looser and agile there the way he utilizes it. And I think we get off from a distance of that top 3. Just read that guy being the most conventional. Just a little shorter there in terms of his type and his kind. One that rounds out this particular class is not conventional. He's tall fronted. He's extended. He's got still handled with some muscularity and some fresh up high. Problem is, comparatively to his contemporaries, just needs more pin set, needs more stifle shape. I want to drop him there in terms of his twist. Wish he had more chest as well. If you will, let's put our hands together for these kids for a job well done.
Congratulations, placing in Class 2, which is also our division champion too. First place goes to Baylor Pearson of El Reno FFA. He's our division champion right there. Second place in the reserve division champion is Cole Holdridge of Piedmont 4-H. Third overall in that class is Kylie Sherman of Yukon FFA. Fourth in that class is Kaylin Sherman of Yukon FFA. We're now ready to go in Class 3, which is also Division 3. They're 4-head, weight range of 96 to 104 pounds. Be thinking about bringing that Class 4 and Class 5 to the holding area. Class 4 and Class 5, Wether goats, please be making your way to the holding area. Once again, in the arena, we have Class 3, Division 3 of the Wether Goat Show. We ask that your Class 4 and Class 5 out of Division 4 be in the holding area.
Pretty clear-cut winner here within this particular grouping, and our class winner, man, I love his look up front in terms of having a big chest. That guy is the definition of a bold-bodied goat that's got a lot of heat running down his back. Three-quarter view is very impressive. Honestly, ideally, I want to fix him there in terms of his front skeleton. Front feet want to go a little bit outside of himself, want to go east and west, maybe just a little shorter there in terms of his neck, but I still think it sits where he needs to, and I still think it's appropriate enough. I like that goat to go ahead and lead us off a good deal. The one here that comes in second, a goat that still's got some features, got some width of chest, he's got some volume of muscle. I think just for me personally, just some little things that I guess I got the nitpicking on that guy. Got a little extra chest, a little extra shoulder. We get our hands on that particular guy, he doesn't have enough shape. He maybe just the handle's a little too plain, a little too vanilla. Wish he had just a little bit more shape there over his rack, specifically there over his loin edge. Just wants to round off a little too much, but again, I think in terms of feature, the sweep that he has to his flank, just want to make that guy better in terms of his top line balance there as well. But again, a goat that's got some volume of muscle, some muscularity, just came with a little bit more shape and a little bit more heat. One that comes in 3 does have plenty of shape and extension, like his height of shoulder, I like his levelness of spine. I think comparatively of that top trio, to me, just comes a little bit more closed up there in the base of his chest. Wish he was bolder there in the shape to his body. Wish he had more pins. One that rounds out this particular class, a goat that's very good profiling, got some feature and got some extension. To me, I think a goat that just needs more actual shape. While we wants to handle just a little plainer there, I think he wants to fade there in the seat of his pants. Let's put our hands together for these kids. They've worked very hard. Good job, buddy.
Congratulations. Results in Class 3, Division 3. First place and division champion is Tinley Pearson of El Reno FFA. Second place and the reserve division champion is Cutterbow Maple 4-H. Third place is Cole Holdridge of Piedmont 4-H. And fourth place is Cutterbow of Maple 4-H. We now have Division 4. There are 2 single entries in this class, so this is 2 individual classes. Class 4 is a weight of 119, Class 5 of 130. They're showing as individual classes and as division and reserve division overall.
Goat, we're going to go ahead and elect to start here within this particular division as a young man up front. A goat that just has the clear-cut advantage in terms of width, muscularity, handle quality, just genuine shape up high. I wish he had maybe just a little bit more feature, but again, I think within this particular class and setting, that guy's got to go ahead and start us off. One here that comes in 2, no doubt, it's got more forearm. I like his height of shoulder. I like his added extension. Just wish he had a little bit more muscle. Wish he had a little bit more shape. Let's put our hands together for these young folks. They've done an awesome job. Good job.
Congratulations. Results in Division 4 comes out of Class 4 champion is Cole Holdridge of Piedmont 4-H. Winning Class 5 and reserve division is Danica Beasley of Yukon FFA. We're now ready to bring in all of our division champion Wether goats to show for grand champion overall and reserve grand champion overall bronze, and then we'll go right into our sale order. So if you exhibited a Wether goat, please have them in the holding area so we can go right into our lineup for sale order. To all of our Wether goat exhibitors, please have your blue cards for the sale order with you. Please bring your blue cards to the ring when you do the sale order.
goat that won our first division. I got some feature and some height of shoulder, some added extension. One that out here maybe just still looks a little hollower, a little hardier there in terms of his type and his kind. Wish he had a little bit more flesh and a little bit more bulk. One here, we turned up the heat here in Division 2, and again, I thought that particular goat kind of daylighted all of them there within that respected division, because in terms of width of chest, still actual shape and dimension up high, and still gives us a killer look. Very, very impressive. Just knocked on him there a little bit, but again, that goat is very, very nice and very, very high quality within that respected division. One here in Division 2, I thought that one again, and just kind of ate them all alive in terms of width and body shape and dimension, stoutness of pin, and lower stifle shape. Like I nitpicked there, maybe just wants to go, gets a little outside of himself in terms of his front skeleton. Wish he had just a little bit more feature for as much dimension he has up high. Wish his neck was just a little bit longer, but again, I think everything makes sense about that guy. Moderate, opened up, round-bodied, no doubt that one's a stoutie. One that wins our last division again. Again, I thought within that particular pair, just in terms of shape and just having actual muscularity, it did that. I think to me out here, just needs a little bit more feature, just hits me a little bit more ordinary. But again, I got some muscularity, some dimension, and some freshness of handle quality. Again, guys, this is just kind of what I see in them. If you're standing ringside, let's put our hands together for these kids for a job well done.
Congratulations, your grand champion Wether goat of the 2023 Spring Livestock Show for Canadian County comes out of Division 2. That's Baylor Pearson. That brings in Cole Holdridge to show for reserve grand overall, and second in our order. Reserve grand champion comes out of Division 3. That's Tinley Pearson. That brings in reserve division and from Maple 4-H to show for bronze Wether goat overall.
Holdridge's got two out there. He's got the second one and the fourth one. Whichever one you pick.
That brings in Cutter Bow for bronze overall. We now need Cole Holdridge's Class 3 third place from Piedmont 4-H.
Well, the only one that's not his is class number 1, right? Yes. Division 1.
Class 3 third place. Here he comes in the arena.
Oh, we don't need him.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's Cole.
Our fourth place overall comes out of Class 2. That was Cole Holdridge's right there. That brings in Kylie Sherman. And that drops Cole's other 2.
You know what I mean? And it's his last hurrah.
So we should have Callie Ames.
You need to get a hold of her. And I said, really? She said she's not showing her.
We shouldn't have one in Class 3 because Cutter already got one in. And Danica Beasley.
She likes cheerleading and her boyfriend. What are you talking about?
Coming out of Class 2 right there. That was Callie Sherman. That's your 5th overall. We need Kaylin Sherman right now. That was Kaylin coming out as number 6. We should have Callie Ames and Danica Beasley left in the arena. Class 1 and Class 5. Class 1 is next. That's number 7. Class 5 is number 8. That completes our Wether Goat show. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for a really nice show. We'll have our grand champion, reserve grand champion in bronze. If you'll please step over to the backdrop, we can get some pictures with the judge right there.
I guess while on this, we're going to Showmanship.
What I'm trying to figure out. Okay.
Once again, after we finish the backdrop pictures right there, we will go into our junior, intermediate, and senior showmanship for the goat show. Between the goat show and the lamb show, we will have about a 30-minute break. So if you have ewes, be getting ready to get out here for the ewe show. right, we're about ready to jump into our showmanship. So all of our junior goat exhibitors, if you want to do the showmanship, please make your way to the holding area. If you want to be in the junior division of showmanship, please make your way to the holding area now.
Is that 12 and under? What does it say that?
I think they're doing some grades now.
Well, that's why I'm looking for the rule.
Our first division, junior division of showmanship, are those individuals from 3rd grade to 6th grade. So if you're in 3rd grade to 6th grade, you are in the junior division of the showmanship contest. Our next division, intermediate, will be your 7th through 9th. So let's have them on the holding deck. As our judge is analyzing the showmanship contest, I would like to go back and announce who our sponsors were. Our Grand Champion Doe Goat Buckle was awarded by Lauren Bilderback. Reserve Grand Champion Doe was sponsored by Full Draw Mechanical. And the banners were all sponsored by Oklahoma Ag Credit of Kingfisher. In our Market Goat division, the Wether Goats, Grand Champion Market Goat Wether was sponsored by Banner Co-op. As well as the Bronze Award, Division and Reserve Division Champion was sponsored by Helen the Chemical Company. And once again, all the banners are sponsored by Oklahoma Ag Credit of Kingfisher.
All livestock? Brown's livestock trophy.
Yeah. That one's not containing it, so I don't know who it is.
That's who they sponsored it, right?
No, they still got one now. Right? When you say Sierra Homes is not sponsored, it's not.
Why is there any new?
Exactly that, because he doesn't send the letters out until after I pick them up.
Awesome set of kids out here in our junior showmanship. I think just as a whole, very, very competitive, and maybe just some little things on kids that maybe don't, I guess I only get to pick a champion, and I think our champion just kind of runs away with this deal pretty handily. I think, like I said, maybe just some little things, maybe just not in terms of feet placement, and maybe making sure eye contact is there and switching sides and showing me a chest shot. But again, I think our champion is, I think, just runs away within this particular age group very, very handily. One more time, let's put our hands together for these young folks. I'll get you a champion.
Congratulations, your champion junior showman for the Goat Show is Cole Holdridge of Piedmont 4-H. Congratulations, Cole. We're now ready to go into our intermediate division. Those are individuals 7th through 9th grade. If you are 7th through 9th grade and exhibited a doe goat or a wether goat, this is your chance to come in for the showmanship. Our junior division and our intermediate division and our senior divisions in the showmanship of the show right here will each receive a nice bronze and sponsored by different people, as well as some money for that. Our junior division was sponsored by Daryl and Diane Bowe of Yukon. Our intermediate division livestock show for the showmanship award is sponsored by Jason and Brittany Brower. And our senior division is sponsored by Helena Chemical Company. If you see any of these individuals or any of the individuals we talk about throughout the day, please be sure to give them a big thank you for sponsoring and keeping the Canadian County Livestock Show moving forward. While our judge is evaluating the intermediate showmanship, I would like to remind everybody in the audience and the barn that this year they did start the Canadian County Junior Livestock Show logo. We got the ambassador team out there that's working the arena and helping with a lot of the different things for the herdsmanship awards. Also, back here at the back side of the arena, we have a booth set up selling merchandise that has the Canadian County Junior Livestock logo. We have coats, jackets, shirts, and all kinds of hats and everything. So if you get a chance, you want to support the Canadian County Junior Livestock Show, step back there and get your apparel.
Good way to wrap up our goat show here. And again, I talked to all these exhibitors individually, just asked them questions. I'm not going to obviously knock them or anything, and just kind of wanted to see what they know about their projects, and maybe just ask them some questions. Obviously, I think we've only, I think a few 10th graders out here, and just asked them, pick their brain a little bit on what, what plans are for after high school, and once they move on to bigger and better things after this livestock show. And again, I'll just individually talk them and tell you what's going through my mind here within our showmanship. Young lady up here at the front, when she gets her doe stock, she looks very, very the part. Again, her eye contact is good, very knowledgeable about her project. I thought maybe just some little things there. I thought I caught you there a couple of times, young lady. Thought her doe maybe was not in a straight line the way that she needed to. I think maybe her front feet or they're right where they need to be right now. But I guess personally for me, for my liking, I'm not obviously telling you how to change your guys' style or anything, just telling you my opinion. I'm not the biggest fan of obviously picking them up with their head and with their chain. I think just placing their feet where they need to go, I think, is the biggest thing. But again, I think all in all, young lady does a very solid job. Young lady here with the Wether, again, I think her eye contact is very, very good, switching sides, but I haven't placed anyone yet. But again, I think she does a very nice job in terms of switching sides, and her eye contact is very, very good. Obviously, her partner doesn't quite want to cooperate there at times, but again, I think she does all in all very, very good job. Young man here that rounds out there, I guess, just the kids that are still out here that do a very, very good job. But again, I think eye contact and presentation and switching sides are all very, very good. I think he is very, very consistent. He does an awesome job of getting the most out of his doe, making sure feet placements are well, making sure her top line is up. Obviously, he's very, very aware of that, and I am impressed. But again, I think a very, very good set of kids out here. I'm going to give these kids one more look. I'll get you a champion showman, if you will. Let's put our hands together for them one more time.
Congratulations. Your intermediate champion showman is Callan Menard of Yukon FFA. Congratulations, Callan, and to the other exhibitors as well. We're now ready to go into our senior division of the showmanship. That's your 10, 11, and 12 grades, sophomore through senior. If you're a senior in the division, it showed a Wether goat.
What?
Oh, there wasn't an intermediate. Oh, nobody told me that. Talk to me. Talk to me. All right, that was our senior division champion. So congratulations to them. That does complete the go show right there.
Do we still do the pin of threes or pin of fives or anything like that?
We don't do pin of threes on the goat
What?
deal. I don't think we do. on the
Nobody
cattle.
told me there was, we go to intermediate, so. You assume nap time's over.
We will start the sheep show, starting with the ewe show at 2 o'clock. So you have until 2 o'clock is when we will start the sheep show. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's getting close to time to 2 o'clock to start our sheep show. So let's start bringing those Class 1 ewes to the holding area. Class 1 and Class 2 ewes, please start making your way to the holding area. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's now 2 o'clock, and we're ready to jump into our sheep show, starting with our ewe show. We have 15 entered in the old sheep show in the ewes, and today we're very blessed to have Mr. John Romero. John is from Calhoun, Georgia. He's a native there who exhibited sheep and swine. He was also actively involved with livestock judging. That led him to Redlands Community College in El Reno, right here in our backyard, where he was also on the livestock judging team there. He transferred to Oklahoma State University, where he majored in food science. He was a member of the 2018 National Champion Livestock Judging Team, in which they won numerous titles. Now he resides up in Mulhole, Oklahoma. He works for Heifer Farms in Orlando. He is the sale barn manager there. He keeps involved in goats, cattle, sheep, and been fortunate enough to have him judge in 18 states. So let's welcome our judge, John Romero, as he's getting ready to go into the sheep show. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start off today with our first class of breeding ewes. Our first class is Southdown. We have one entry in there. Birth date of March 20th, 2022.
Turn the music on.
Where is she? She's out there already. Southdown ewe.
So we have a South Down commercials. Just South Down and commercials, right? And those are just by classes. They don't have to be, correct?
Now those are by classes, and then they have a second.
Okay. We didn't have to explain it.
We did last night.
An awesome way here to get the rockin' in our sheep show, and obviously only one single entry here in our Southdown, or I guess purebreds, but in our breed here. But I think a very, very good way to start. A ewe that's got some width down low, and still I like her body shape and her spread up high a good deal. Still profiles appropriately there. You know, if anything, we could maybe just elevate her there in the base of her chest ever so slightly. We can fix her there in terms of her dock, but again, that's me getting picky on a really, really good one here. Let's congratulate this young lady for a job well done.
Congratulations. Our champion Southdown ewe is exhibited by Madison Graham of Yukon FFA. We're now ready to start the commercial division of the ewe show. We have a single entry in the first class, weight of 94 pounds. This is Sophie Talley of Mustang FFA. We need classes 2 and 3 commercial ewes to the holding area. Please make sure you have your class 2 and class 3 to the holding area.
Another single entry here to start off for commercial ewe show, and a ewe that I like a good deal, and we step off from a distance and look at her from a side view profile. This one's got big paws. I like how extended she is there in terms of her front end assembly. Like her white channels there a good deal. Has a nice sweep to her flank. One that's still got ample amount of muscle for a female. Obviously one that still is a little immature and maybe just a little younger. I think once that one fleshes up and bulks up, that's a very, very nice sheep. Obviously just a little skinnier there, if you will. But again, overall, very, very nice one. Let's put our hands together for this young lady. Good job.
Congratulations. Winning Class 1 of the commercial ewe show is Sophie Talley of Mustang FFA. That brings in Abby Miller of our second class for Union City 4-H in Class 2. Let's have classes 3, 4, and 5 commercial ewes in the holding area. Let's bring all of our commercial ewes to the holding area.
single entry here, and a ewe that's very, very muscular. I like her touch and her tone over the top side of her skeleton there a good deal. Very, very stout there in terms of her pin bones. Maybe one that we can just change her there in terms of her neck placement. One that, again, could just use a little bit more flesh there. But overall, a nice sheep here that's got a lot of shape, a lot of muscularity. Let's put our hands together for this young lady. Nice job.
Congratulations to Abby Miller of Union City 4-H winning Class 2. We're now ready to begin Class 3. There are 3 entries in this class, weight range of 132 to 140 pounds.
Really, really good class, and 1, 2, 3, obviously only 3 of them, but man, I think all of them have a lot of value, a lot of good, and I think in all of them we can nitpick and change some things, but our class winner, just in terms of her feature, her bone, her forearm, her look up front, and still having more than enough muscularity to go with it. I like the turn that she has to her upper rib cage. Still, her upper pins are big enough, and I like the shape there that she has to her lower stifle. I like her bottom line there a good deal. We get that one into motion. I still think her top line stays in her correctly. I wish she took a little bit of a longer step. She wants to short step ever so slightly, but I think that to me is her glaring hole, and obviously, but again, I think that one is very, very nice. I like that one to start this particular class relatively very easy. If we just keep them propped up and don't have to move them, I think I could tie into this ewe here that we have in 2, because their bottom line is assembled correctly. Her rib cage is very, very round and handles very fresh and firm. Actually think her pin bones are stouter than our class winner. Still has enough shape there to her lower stifle. We get that one in motion. Consequently, she wants to roach up there in the middle of her back ever so slightly. She wants to run downhill there as well. Wish her neck set was just a little higher there on top of her neck. But like I said, with the chest, body shape, muscularity, all those things, I think that one as well could just use a little bit more foot. But a very, very nice one there that stands in two. One that rounds out this particular class. Neck setting, extension, very, very smooth there in terms of her top line. It still has some muscularity. To me, I just read that one maybe just a little flatter there in the shape to her. We get her into motion as well. Maybe not the shallowest. I still think her bottom line is appropriate. And little things, I thought we could that one a little bit longer there in terms of her hip. But again, I like her feature, her neck set. Very, very smooth one there. Let's put our hands together for these kids. A very, very good class.
Congratulations. In Class 3 results, winning the class, Morgan Branson of Mustang 4-H. Second place is Riley Harlan, Mustang 4-H. Third place is Kenley Martinez of Mustang FFA. We're now ready to go into Class 4. There are 5 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 146 to 151 pounds.
really good class here, and I don't think there was any turning in her here or class winner, because again, in feature, width, body shape, touch, and tone up high are very, very good. And then she's got the power and dimension, and still we step off to a side view profile. She looks like a lady, and that's very, very impressive. If I were just to nitpick, I wish her top line was just a little bit smoother, but again, that one is very, very impressive. She wins this particular lineup very, very handily. One here that comes in two, I thought closely mimicked and resembled our class winner in terms of look, of quality, in terms of how tall fronted she is, her added extension. I like her muscularity a good deal, still handles with a lot of dimension up high. I thought consequently, comparatively to our class winner, just reads a little flatter there in the shape to her rib cage. We get her into motion. I want to pick her up there in terms of her chest bone ever so slightly. Her neck set is tall. I wish it set a little higher there on top of her neck as well. But again, that one's got a profile. I like her shape. I like her athleticism there a good deal. I wish her pin bones as well were just a little bit stouter as well. And I think that's actually where our third place, has the upper hand and advantage. This one's got big feature, a big arm. I love her chest down low in terms of width. Her body shape is very, very round and very dimensional. Comparatively to that top pair, I thought this one was just made maybe just a little bit coarser in terms of her chest and her shoulder there, if you will. I like her stoutness, the skull there a good deal. I thought to me just maybe comparatively just looked a little terminal there comparatively. Want to lengthen her out there in terms of her hip. Her rear leg just is a little bit straighter, but no doubt flank forward and body shape, very, very impressive. One that comes in next, very, very long-bodied. I like how tall-fronted she is. She is very, very smooth there in terms of her top line and her handle. I just wish that one had more actual shape, had more dimension up high. She needs to be stouter there out of the base of her tail. Wish she had a little bit more foot. I actually like her though in motion comparatively, the way she utilizes her hip and hind leg, the one that we round out this particular class. The one that rounds out the class, I love her skin quality. I like her touch and her tone. Her body shape is good. We get her into motion. We just got to make her just a little bit more comfortable and agile there in terms of her rear leg posture. Wish she was a little bit stouter there in terms of her pipe. If you will, let's put our hands together for these kids. They've done an awesome job. Very, very competitive class.
Congratulations. The results for Class 4. First place is Callan Menard of Yukon FFA. Second place is McKenna Branson, Mustang FFA. Third place goes to Addison Weinrich of Mustang FFA. Fourth, John David Graham, Yukon FFA. And fifth is Tristan Sutton of Union City 4-H. We're now ready for our fifth and final class of breeding ewes. There are two head in this division, weight range of 155 to 164. Let's have our first and second places out of the arenas of the previous classes in the holding area. Let's get them ready to come back in for the grand champion drive overall for the commercial division. Madison Shropshire, if you are still here, please go to the show office. Madison Shropshire, please go to the show office.
Very, very good pair of them here within this particular class. And I'm going to go ahead and elect to start the young man sheep. Sheep that, again, I like her athleticism, her bottom line, her neck setting, her body shape is very, very impressive. One that, to me, I think where she has the upper hand and advantage over our second place sheep, I think she's just a lot more ideal and correct in terms of her top line balance. She's a lot stronger there in that regard. Nothing to take away from this one here in 2, because I think she actually may have more foot and more forearm. One that is moderate. She's opened up. Very, very good body shape in that one. Just wants to get a little weaker, a little easier there in terms of her top line. Young lady does a good job of getting that shown out of her here. We get her into motion. Just wants to get a little weaker there, if you will. I wouldn't mind that one's pin bones maybe just being a little bit stouter. But again, that's a very, very nice one here to stand into. Let's put our hands together for these kids for a job well done. Good job.
That's snowflake.
Results for Class 5 in our Breeding U program in the commercial division. First place is Callum Menard of Yukon FFA. Second place is Shelby Harlan, Mustang FFA. We're now ready to bring in all of our class winners to show for champion commercial overall in the U division. Representing Class 1 should be coming in here. We have Sophie Talley of Mustang FFA. Oh, I'm sorry, there's a second page. I do apologize. They didn't tell me that. Class 6 in. Weight range of 175 to 182.
Thank you.
Going to start off the young man sheep. I think comparatively to our second place, ewe that just got a little bit more up and out, and I like her extra stretch and femininity, specifically through her head and her neck and the base of her chest. One that still handles fresh there over her rack, her added extension. One that for me, I wish she was just a little squarer there in terms of her loin edge. We get her into motion. She wants to get a little rounder there off both ends, but again, when that one's propped and collected, got a really, really nice look that I can buy into. One that comes in and two, no doubt, one that is an upgrade in terms of her loin edge. I like how she handles up high, big muscles and square and very, very dimensional. To me, maybe just gets a little coarser there through her head and her neck. We get that one into motion. Wish she was just a little looser and more agile there off both ends of her skeleton, but no doubt she's got a big back. She's opened up. Let's put our hands together for these young kids.
Congratulations. Winning Class 6 of the U Commercial Show, Callum Menard of Yukon FFA. Second goes to Della Nettles of Piedmont 4-H. Now we're ready for Champion Commercial U. Coming out of Class 1, Sophie Talley of Mustang FFA. Representing Class 2, Abby Miller, Union City 4-H. Class 3 is represented by Morgan Branson, Mustang 4-H. Class 4, Callum Menard, Yukon FFA. Class 5, Callum Menard, Yukon FFA. And Class 6, Callum Menard, Yukon FFA. After we select our grand champion in the commercial division, we'll show our grand champion overall against the South Down and then go right into our sale order.
just briefly discuss these. Our Class 1 winner is one that, from the outside looking in, just looks very, very sharp. Feature, look up front, neck setting, extended and got the right kind of shape. Obviously still very juvenile in terms of her look and immature, but again, I think a very, very nice one. That one just needs a little bit more bulk and more horsepower personally for this guy today. One that won her second class, a ewe that has got a lot of muscle, a lot of shape running down her back. Her pin bones are very, very large and opened up. Maybe just a little coarser there, the way that she's put together. Wish her neck set a little higher there on top of her neck. Want to change her there in her hitch to her giddy up out of her rear leg. Wants to drag her rear leg a little bit more than ideal. Wish she had maybe just a little bit more flesh, but again, a very, very muscular sheep. We turned up the heat just a little bit here in our Class 3, and I think this ewe that we get propped up here within that respected class, her body shape is good. I like her lower stifle. I like her look when we get her propped up. Like I said, that one wants the short step, maybe just a little too much, but again, no doubt a ewe that's very muscular. She's round-bodied, just a high-quality one to win that class. Like I said, just little things. Wish her rear leg was just a little bit better. Wish she was a little stronger there and over her loin edge, but again, a nice one there. One here that comes in next. That one is awesome in terms of her handle quality, her muscularity, her look in front in terms of her neck is very, very good. I wish her top line was just a lot smoother personally for me. I think she still is okay there in terms of her chest, but she could be just a little neater there ever so slightly. But if we just want to talk about body shape, look up front with the chest, very, very nice. You got to smooth that one up. One here that comes in next is one that undoubtedly is a lot smoother. I like her added extension. I like her femininity, like her body shape. All those things are very, very nice about her. Wish she had maybe just a little bit more feature. I think the set to her hind leg is correct. I think she could just use it a little bit more comfortably and reach and flex it ever so slightly. But again, that's a high quality one to win that class. One here out of the last class, there was a pair of them. I went ahead and elected to start the one that was just a little bit more feminine, a little better looking, and had just a little bit more up and out. I like her body shape. I like her look up front. Like I said, we get that one into motion. Maybe she wants to get just a little bit rounder, want to relax her there in the middle of her back. Wish her loin was just a little bit squarer. So again, I guess I got to pick two of these. Let's put our hands together for these kids one more time. I'll show you your champions.
Congratulations, your champion commercial ewe comes out of Class 5. That's Colin Menard, Yukon FFA. That brings in Shelby Harlan to show for reserve champion commercial ewe.
That's it too. Charlie Cross, Madison Shout, Old Dutch.
Reserve champion comes out of Class 4. That's also Callum Menard in the preliminary sale order. That brings in McKenna Branson to show for bronze overall in this, third overall in the sale order.
Drop these second places in, and the one that was second to her champion is one, like I said, I like her in terms of her moderation and her width down low. Her body shape is very, very good. Like I said, we get her into motion. She wants to get a little easier there in terms of her top line. Wish she was a little stouter there out of the base of her tail. One that was second to her reserve champion is a sheep. We get that one propped and collected. Awesome silhouette. I like how tall fronted she is. She's very, very muscular there. Like I said, maybe one that still is a little immature. We picked on her a little bit there in terms of having a little extra chest, and I wish her neck set was just a little higher there on top of her neck. But again, her athleticism and shape is very, very good. No doubt, two ewes that come out here that are contenders. One more time, let's put our hands together for these kids. I'll get you a bronze.
Mandy, remind him he needs to pick all the way through the commercials for sale order. He needs to place the commercials all the way to 13 for sale order. Just we don't stop at bronze is what I'm saying. Third out is Morgan Branson. And that brings in Riley Harlan to look for fourth overall in this. You have to pick a preliminary of the breed.
No.
No. This is preliminary sale order. We don't need your blue cards. This is just a preliminary sale order for the commercial U division. One, two, three, four, five. Class 5. That comes out of Class 5. That's Shelby Harlan. We're now ready for 6th in the preliminary sale order. 5th in the preliminary sale order.
Madison, which would be class 6.
That's Callum Menard.
Maddie was showing it, that land. So do we pick that one or not?
Yes. So that was 5th on the preliminary sale order. That was Callens, correct?
Yes.
Callens. We're now looking for 6th in the preliminary sale order.
If they're not listening to me.
Class 3. That's Riley Harland. That brings in Kinley Martinez to show for 7th on the preliminary.
So who was number 6?
Riley Harland, class 3. Our 7th on the preliminary sale order is McKenna Branson out of Class 4. That brings in Addison Weinrich of Mustang for number 8. Addison Weinrich goes out as number 8. We're ready for number 9. That brings in John David Graham.
That was, I missed number 7. John David.
John David goes out as number 9. That brings in Treston Sutton of Union City to show for number 10. Kenley Martinez goes out as number 10. That completes that class. Pod is right.
Martinez, right? Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure. I heard about it. Okay, that's Tristan Sutton out of class 4.
Tristan Sutton goes out as number 11. That completes that class. Comes out Sophie Talley as next, is 12. That completes that class. The pot is correct.
13 is
Della Nettles is 13. And that brings us Abby Miller's number 14. That completes the preliminary sale order for the commercial division.
now,
We're now ready to show for the Grand Champion U overall, showing our South Down champion, Madison Graham, will be coming in from Yukon FFA. Callum Menard from Yukon FFA will be showing our champion commercial. This is where you will need your blue cards.
not a whole lot of numbers, obviously, in your guys' youth show, but again, I think the quality is out the roof. Man, very, very nice, and excited to get them all out here and get you guys a final cell lineup out here for your youth show. But again, I've already talked these things enough. The one I keep going back to is one that's very, very nice and very, very shiny, one that I'm going to be very, very proud of to stand behind a backdrop. Young man here with your commercial, be your champion.
Congratulations, your grand champion you for the 2023 Canadian County Youth Livestock Show comes out of your commercial division, Callum Menard. That brings in his reserve champion commercial to show for reserve grand overall and second in the sale order.
Can you hand me a pen that I can keep for a while? Oh, she's got one. Oh, she wrote one. Sherry wrote on it. Awesome. So we really don't need the blue card on that.
Reserve grand champion comes out of the Class 4, the reserve champion commercial, Callum Menard.
I'll go ahead and get it. Go ahead and get it, but we
Morgan Branson comes out third in the sale order. And that brings in Shelby Harland. Our fourth overall comes out of the South Down Division, and that completes the show. Everything falls into place. So let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for a great youth show. We'll take a quick break and let him take pictures at the backdrop. Let's have those top three run back to the backdrop and get some pictures, please. If you showed in the youth show, please bring us your blue cards.
I think Dallas is getting them.
Give them to Dallas Shropshire or to Shelley Builder back right there. Bring us all your blue cards so we can have that for our accounting system. While we're between shows, I'd like to introduce a thing we got going right now. This year, we have the Herdmanship Advisory Board. This is a team of individuals that put in a lot of work in the previous months, building up to this fantastic event that we have here. We have the Canadian County Herdsmanship Advisory Board, a team of exemplary young leadership ambassadors who work collectively and individually to increase the awareness of the Canadian County Livestock Program. Board members benefit as an appointed brand ambassador, agricultural advocate, and community spokesperson at behest of the Canadian County Free Fair Board and associates to promote the Canadian County Junior Livestock Show and the Fall Free Fair. These ambassadors participate through community outreach and involvement while upholding the positive image already possessed by the young livestock owners. If you'll notice them as they walk around the arena and during the different shows, they'll be wearing the black shirts that say CCJLS. Today, helping us in our sheep show, we have Aubrey Rexstraw. We also have Cheyenne Stackey assisting today as the ambassador. So if you see them around, sure enough, give them a big thank you. They've done a heck of a job. Got us a great showmanship trophy put together and herdsmanship, and so we sure appreciate everything that they've done. Now, starting our Wether show of the Lamb Show, starting with our first breed of South Downs. We have one entry in this class weighing 161 pounds, Madison Graham. We need to have our Shropshires in the holding area. Please bring your Shropshire Wethers to the holding area.
We get the rock in here in our market lamb show and a single entry, a South Down sheep that's awesome profiling, very, very good looking. He runs uphill, handles fresh, handles firm, very, very nice one. Not maybe one the boldest or the widest one we're going to see, but again, I think a South Down sheep that represents a lot of quality. Let's put our hands together for this young lady. Another single entry here, and a Wether that I like his bottom line, his look up front, one that still is very muscular and shapely there, running there down his back. Obviously maybe one that could be just a little smoother there from his loin back into the top of his hip, but again, a very, very nice sheep. Let's put our hands together for this young lady. Nice job.
Treston Sutton, we need your blue card at the announcer stand from the U Show lineup. Your blue sale card. Treston Sutton, if you'll please bring that to the announcer stand. Catching up on over our weather show right here, our champion Southdown was exhibited by Madison Graham of Yukon FFA. Class 1 winning Shropshire was Abby Miller of Union City 4-H. We now have McKenna Branson in Class 2, weighing 137 pounds.
Really nice single entry here, a sheep that, again, I like his skin quality, his muscularity, his touch, and his tone. Got lots of lower hiney there. Again, very, very nice.
Congratulations, winning Class 2 is McKenna Branson of 161 pounds.
Biggest decision here for me is between second and third. Really doesn't need to be much discussion here on this guy. The winner particular class, a young lady there in the green, a sheep that just dominates in terms of muscularity, body shape, and still we get that guy propped up and collected. He still looks very nice. I wish his top line was just a little bit smoother, but again, he's got genuine shape and up high, it's hard, handles very firm. Like I said, 2 and 3 were close, and honestly, we get on a 3/4 view, no doubt. The one that in 3 has the upper hand, because that's my biggest holdup here on this guy that's in 2. He's a really nice sheep. Bottom line is good. His neck sets where he needs to. His top line is smooth. He's got the right kind of muscle comparatively to the one that we, why I like him better than the one that we round out this particular class. He's neater and more elevated there in the base of his chest. He reads more youthful there through his head and his neck, the base of his chest. He's square there over his loin edge, and still, I like that guy a good deal just in terms of his silhouette and his general outline. He just needs a little bit more there in the seat of his pants. I want to drop him there in his twist. Sheep that comes in 3, no doubt. He's wide, he's opened up, he's very round there in terms of his body shape. Got a lot of volume of muscle, just comes a little bit plainer. I wish he had more genuine shape up high. Want to square him up there in terms of his loin edge. I want to make him stouter there in terms of his pin bones. We get that guy in motion as well. Wants to get a little plainer there in the base of his chest. Let's put our hands together for these kids. They've done a really nice job.
Congratulations. Results in Class 3. First place is Madison Graham of Yukon FFA. Second place is Cade Weinrich of Mustang FFA. And third place is Riley Harlan Mustang 4-H. We're now ready to bring in Class 4, the final class of Shropshires. These animals weigh 175 to 176, 2 entries. Following this, we'll go into our placings of the breed champion, reserve breed champion, and preliminary sale order. So let's have our first and second places ready to go.
Got a heater here to go ahead and start us off within this particular class. A sheep that is very, very broad down low, and he's round in his body shape, big pin bones and stifle shape, and still I get off that. Very, very impressed. I wish he had maybe just a little bit more heat and a little bit more shape there running down the middle of his back, but again, I'm not going to knock him of that. That's a really, really good one to go ahead and start us off within this particular setting. One here that comes in two, a sheep that gives us a really good profile when we get him propped up. Bottom line is good. His neck set is very, very long. Got some shape up high. We get this guy into motion. He just wants to get a little rounder there off both ends of his skeleton. Want to relax him there in the middle of his back, which his loin edge was just a little fresher, a little squarer there. Let's put our hands together for these kids. They've done an awfully good.
Congratulations. Win our heavyweight division of the Shropshire division, Kennedy Keene of Mustang 4-H. Second place is Claire Foreman, Yukon FFA. We're now ready to bring our class winners in to show for champion Shropshire Wether. Representing our first class, we need Abby Miller, Union City 4-H. In our second class, McKenna Branson, Mustang FFA. Third class, Madison Graham, Yukon FFA. And out of that last class, Kennedy Keene, Mustang 4-H. Following the selection of champion and reserve, we will do the preliminary sale order for the Shropshire breed.
Nice, very, very good shops out here in our Class 1 winner. Like I said, like his extension, his look up front, still got some muscularity. One that could be just a little bit smoother there over his top line from his loin back into the top of his hip. Wish his rib cage was a little bit bolder, but obviously still lightweight and juvenile. One here out of Class 2. I thought we had a very, very nice sheep to win that particular class in terms of width and body shape, muscularity, handle quality. I like his stifle shape there a good deal. I think out out here comparatively to those two class winners that won 3 and 4. Don't read that guy having the same kind of stretch, and we get him into motion. Want to pick him up there in the sternum ever so slightly. Wish he was just a little bit more coordinated and agile there. The way he utilized his rear leg, wish he had a little extra set there. But again, I think if we just want to blindfold and just touch the sheep out here, that's the one that I want to do, because he handles very, very good and very, very shapely. Just some little things there. One here out of Class 3, awesome, a really good. There was a trio of them, and I thought within that particular class he won it very handily in terms of width, body shape, muscularity, and still profiling very, very nicely. I wish his top line was just a little bit smoother personally for me. For as big of his back is, I wish his forearm was just a little manlier as well. But again, that's a very, very good one. One here that wins the last class, undoubtedly, that one's got big, big pipes. I like his feathering there in terms of his wool. I like his width of chest, his body shape, his muscularity. Three-quarter view is very impressive, like I said. And still, we get off to a distance. He looks like a shoe sheep needs to. Wish he had, like I said, in the middle of his back, just a little bit more heat. But again, I think out here, that one looks like a man. That one will be your champion.
Congratulations. Your champion, Shropshire Wether, comes out of Class 4. That's Kennedy Keene of Mustang 4-H. That brings in Clara Foreman of Yukon FFA to show for reserve champion overall. For champion Shropshire Wether is Class 3, Madison Graham, Yukon FFA. That brings in Cade Weinrich to show for third overall in the preliminary.
McKenna.
Third in the preliminary is McKenna Branson. That was all that was in that class, so we're good to go. Cade Weinrich comes out fourth in the preliminary. That brings in Riley Harland. Riley Harland is our fifth preliminary. That completes that class, so the pot is correct. Clara Foreman is our sixth in the preliminary. And that leaves us Abby Miller right there in our seventh in the preliminary. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for a good Shropshire drive as we get ready for the Dorsets. We have a single entry in the Dorset division, weight of 167. We need your white-faced crossbred and your natural-colored Class 1 to be making their way to the holding area.
Very, very good single entry here. And I think, no doubt to my mind, sheep that could withstand some competition, because I like him just in terms of a profile, muscularity, and look. We got that guy maybe just a little fuller there, ideally for me. But again, I think that sheep is very high quality. Let's put our hands together for this young lady.
Congratulations. Your champion Dorset Wether is shown by Shelby Harlan of Mustang FFA. We're now ready to show our white-faced crossbred. This is Della Nettles of Piedmont 4-H. We need all of our natural colors. Please be making your way to the holding area. All natural colored Wethers, please be making your way to the holding area.
Single entry here and a sheep that has got a lot of volume of muscle, a lot of spread up high over the top side of his skeleton. He's round and appropriate there in the shape to his body. Could just use just a little bit more feature. Young lady's done an awesome job all day. Please join me and let's put our hands together for her.
Congratulations, your white-faced crossbred champion is Della Nettles with Piedmont 4-H. We're now ready to go into our natural colored Class 1. Weight range of 137 to 142, 2 entries.
Like the young lady up at the front to go ahead and win the class. A sheep that just has the advantage and upper hand in terms of width, muscularity, handle quality, just true mean animal shape there in that particular guy. Maybe just a little bit coarser the way that he's put together, but within this particular setting, I think that guy's got to win. One here that comes in 2, I like his pattern, his silhouette, his height of shoulder. Wish that guy just had a little bit more muscle, a little bit more dimension. Let's put our hands together for these kids for a job well done.
Results for Class 1 natural colored. First place is Nikki Parks of Union City FFA. Second place is Riley Sullivan, Yukon FFA. That brings in Class 2, 2 head of naturals, weight range of 152 to 160.
Going to start off with a young man sheep here directly in front of me. A sheep that's just as broader. He's a lot bulkier and bolder there in the shape to his body. I like his touch and his tone a good deal. 3/4 view is very, very impressive in this guy. One that for me, I wish he was just a little bit smoother there from his rack where he hooks in there to his back, in the middle of his back, because he handles, man, like a concrete block. Very, very thick and muscular and very, very bold. We get that guy into motion. I want to relax him there there in terms of his shoulder angle ever so slightly. He could be just a little stouter featured, but again, that sheep is very, very good. He wins this class for me very, very handily. One here that comes in 2. Got the right kind of silhouette. I like his stretch and extension, right kind of silhouette, and you get your hands on this guy. There's still a lot of sheep there. He handles firm, very, very muscular and round up high. To me, maybe one that just a little framier, a little taller. I want to drop him in his flank. For me to just make that guy just call and balance, I want to drop him there in his flank. I wish he had it. I want to drop him there in terms of his twist, because that sheep has got the right pieces in terms of look and silhouette and muscularity. Just got to fix those little things about him. Let's put our hands together for these young folks. They've done an awesome job.
Congratulations. Results in Class 2 of the Natural Weathers. First place goes to Callie Menard of Yukon FFA. Second place is Kyla Bonds, Mustang FFA. That brings in our third and final heavyweight class of naturals. We have 3 entries in this class, 167 to 171 pounds. We need our class winners ready to go back in. Following this class, we'll go right into our champion and reserve champion and sale order selection.
Going to lead off with a young lady here that's in the middle, sheep that just in terms of muscularity and true shape and boldness and width, I think this sheep does that, and then some within this particular grouping. I like his width of chest, his handle quality is good, got big pins and a big stifle shape. He could be just a little smoother there in terms of his top line. I want to make him longer there in terms of his rump, but again, a sheep that's nice. He handles well, handles fresh. I thought it was closer between 2 and 3, and that's where I took took my time. I went ahead and used the young lady back here in the blue to go ahead and be second. Sheep that's got a good profile. He's smooth. He's still got some muscularity. Just read that guy's rib cage and his actual rack being bolder and having more true turn. But again, I didn't think that guy maybe had the extras comparatively as our class winner in terms of pin bones and stifle shape. One here that rounds out this particular class. A sheep that's got an awesome silhouette. I like his added extension, his neck sets where he needs to. A guy that just comes a little too closed up in terms of his chest. His lower rib has got to be just a little bit bolder. But again, really, really good in terms of his general outline. Let's put our hands together for these young people for a job well done.
In the natural colored, first place goes to Tristan Sutton of Union City 4-H. Second place is Addison Adams from Mustang FFA. And third is Cade Weinrich of Mustang FFA. Reserve breed champion, and then right into our preliminary sale order of the natural colored brothers. This is first call for Class 1 Hampshires. Start making your way to the holding area.
Sheep that won our first class, I thought they were pretty shape and dimension, maybe just a little coarser there in terms of his shoulder, comparatively in his chest and flank line relation. Want to fix him and rearrange him in terms of his rear leg posture, and we get him into motion. There's a lot of meat and a lot of muscularity there in our first place sheep that wins our first class. One here in our middle class, sheep that out here, I like this guy a good deal in terms of his bottom line, his handle quality, his shape, and still having the right kind of look. Like I nitpicked him, wish his top line was just a little bit smoother. For as large and as grande his back is, I wish he had maybe just a little bit more foot, a little bit more forearm there. But again, that's a really killer silhouette for that guy to have that round of a rib cage. Impressive sheep there. One here that wins our last class, I thought within that trio of them, I thought this guy was the one that I landed on in terms of width, body shape, dimension, pin width. Obviously maybe just a little shorter, a little bit more conventional and coarser. I wish his top line was a little bit smoother. I want to lengthen him out there in terms of his hip. If you will, let's put our hands together for these kids one more time. I'll get you a cell lineup.
Your champion natural colored Wether comes out of Class 2. That's Callum Menard of Yukon FFA. That brings in Kyla Bonds to show for reserve champion overall. Our reserve champion in the natural colors also comes out of Class 2. That's Kyla Bonds. That completes that class. Next out is Trista Sutton. She's our third in the preliminary out of Class 3. That brings in Addison Adams to show for fourth overall in the preliminary sale order. Fourth out is Addison Adams. That brings in Cade Weinrich to show for fifth overall in the preliminary sale order. That's Cade Weinrich coming out fifth overall in the preliminary sale order. That means Nikki Parks will be our sixth, and Riley Sullivan will be our seventh in the preliminary sale order. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for a natural color champion drive right there in the Wether division. We're now ready to go into the Hampshire division of the Wethers. We have 3 entries in the first class, weight range of 137 to 144. Let's be bringing those Class 2 Hampshires up to the holding area. Be ready to go into the arena.
Going to lead off here with the young lady here that's directly in front of me, a sheep that, I like his underlying quality, his look up front, and just in terms of just muscularity and handle quality, I thought that that's where he easily, has the upper hand within this particular class. I want to square him up in his loin edge, his rear skeleton. We get him into motion, want to make him longer there in terms of his hip. I wish his rear leg posture and the way that he utilizes it was a little bit more attractive and comfortably, but again, I think within this particular class in terms of muscularity, touch, and tone, I thought that guy needed to win. The one that I was initially drawn on was this one here in 2 because his bottom line is good, his neck setting is good. He is very, very level there in terms of his top line. Got a really, really nice silhouette. I get my hands on him. I didn't think we had the same kind of touch and tone as our class winner. I get in directly from behind this guy. We need more pin bones. We need more twists. We need more lower hiney. One that rounds out this particular class does have plenty of stifle shape, and he handles very, very firm. We get off to a side view profile. We get just a little plainer there in the base of her chest and her shoulder, which his lower rib was just a little rounder. If you will, you're standing ringside. Let's put our hands together for these kids. They've worked very, very hard today.
Congratulations, winning Class 1 on the Hampshire Weather Division. First place goes to Georgia Titterington of Mustang FFA. Second place is Kenley Martinez, Mustang FFA. Third goes to Reagan Azevedo of Mustang 4-H. We're now ready to bring in Class 2 Hampshire Weathers, weight range of 148 to 158 pounds. Let's be bringing our Class 3 and Class 4 to the holding area. Hampshire Weathers, Class 3 and Class 4, be making your way to the holding area.
Our class winner kind of runs away within this particular grouping, wide, round-bodied, muscular, still handles with a lot of shape. I think that that guy wins this class for really, really easily. One here that comes in 2, I think just in terms of muscularity and width and handle quality, I think that's kind of where he needed to be. We're in our second place. To me, we get off from a distance and a side view profile. Wish he balanced a little bit better. His lower ribs just a little bit flatter. His chest and his shoulder set lower than ideally than what I like his stifle to. I just wish that guy just ran uphill a little bit more. Wish his silhouette in terms of his bottom line was a little bit more appropriate, but I like his shape. I like his neck setting. I like his extra extension. 3 and 4th got a little closer for me, and where we landed on the 1 and 3 comparatively, and the one that rounds out this particular class, thought we had just more actual meat animal shape and muscularity, touch and tone up high. Really good looking kind of a sheep. Just needs more horsepower, needs more punch, especially down low. One that rounds out this particular class. Still got some feature and some forearm. I like his look. We just need more shape in that guy. We get off on a 3/4 view. Want to make him wider there in terms of his pins and going to give him more stifle shape. Let's put our hands together for him. They've done a really good job.
Congratulations. Results for Class 2 in the Hampshire Weather Division. First place is Claire Foreman of Yukon FFA. Second place goes to Addison Weinrich of Mustang FFA. Third is Addison Adams, Mustang FFA. Fourth goes to Peyton Wary of Mustang 4-H. We're now ready to bring in Class 3 of the Hampshire Weather Division. 5 head, weight range of 162 to 166 pounds.
Good pair of them here up at the top of this class, and man, they're just very, very good for different reasons. And our class winner here, obviously, pretty evident of the pair. He reads with more feature and more actual forearm there. He is very, very wide down low. I like in terms of his neck setting. I think it's more appropriate there comparatively to the one that is in second. I think the biggest thing for me, we get him into motion. I think our class winner just runs uphill a little bit more. The set to his hind legs a little bit more appropriate. To me, I like his elevation just comparatively. He's just more correct in terms of his top line when we get him into motion. And then on top of that, you get your hands on these particular pair of them. Our class winner's just got more actual shape, and he just handles a lot firmer there comparatively to the one that we have in two. But still, that's a round-bodied, good-looking, shallow one that's very athletic. I feel very comfortable about starting with that one. One here that comes in two. Like I said, very, very wide. I like him in terms of his midsection, his body shape, got lots of lower stifle there. Like I said, just some little things there comparatively. Didn't think we had the added feature and substance comparatively to our class winner. We get that guy into motion as well. He wants to run downhill ever so slightly. I wish his head was just a little higher there on top of his blade. And as well, I thought his rear leg could just be a little more attractive when he utilizes it when we set him into motion. I thought he could also just use a little bit more shape, a little bit more expression up high. Sheep that comes in next. I like his silhouette, his athleticism. He runs uphill. He's got plenty of shape. I thought comparatively to that top pair, didn't think we had the same kind of lower stifle. We get him into motion as well. I thought his rear leg could be a little bit more attractive the way that he utilizes it. But from his flank up, very impressive in terms of his athleticism. He runs uphill, got the right kind of body shape. Sheep that comes in next, the one that's got a big back. He's opened up. He's got big features. We just get a little too ordinary when we get off to its distance. In terms of our bottom line, our shoulder sits a little bit lower. Sheep that rounds out this particular class. Got a good look. He's tall-fronted. Just gets a little flatter there in the shape to his body. Want to open him up there in terms of his chest. Wish he had more pin bones. Let's put our hands together for these kids. A very nice class here.
Congratulations. Results in Class 3 of the Hampshire Wether Division. First place is Callan Menard of Yukon FFA. Second place goes to Shelby Harlan, Mustang FFA. Third place, McKenna Branson, Mustang FFA. Fourth, Claire Dillon, Mustang FFA. Fifth is Sophie Talley of Mustang FFA. That now brings in Class 4, 3 entries into the Hampshire Division. Weight range of 173 to 174 pounds. We have one final class after this of a single entry. Then we'll be going right into our champion drive, so let's make sure we have those first and second places from the previous 3 classes into the holding area.
Young lady up here at the front's got our class winner, and man, that one is pretty nifty. I like that guy a good deal. I don't know whatever you want to throw out, stoutness, width, body shape, quality. I like that guy. He wins with a smoke here within this particular lineup. One here that comes in two. Got the right kind of body cavity. I like his spread up high. He handles fresh. He handles firm. I think comparatively, didn't think we have the extras in terms of actual shape, in terms of feature. But again, I like his profile there a good deal. I like his neck set. One that rounds out this class, still got some feature, has plenty of muscularity up high, got some lower stifle shape there. I think to me, maybe just comparatively to that top pair, maybe just reads a little plainer there in terms of his shoulder and his chest. We get him into motion. I thought he could just bend and flex his hock just a little bit more. Let's put our hands together for these kids. They've done an awfully good job.
Congratulations, winning Class 4 of the Hampshire Wether Division. First place is Kennedy Keene of Mustang 4-H. Second place goes to Riley Harlan, Mustang 4-H. And third place is John David Graham, Yukon FFA. We're now ready to bring in our fifth and final class, one entry in the Hampshire Division, weighing 188 pounds. Following this, we'll go right into our champion and reserve champion lineup, followed by the preliminary sale order.
Single entry here in a sheep that I like his general outline and profile. For a sheep that size, he still handles fresh and with plenty of muscularity up high. His bottom line is good. He's got a nice set to his hind leg. I wish he just bended maybe just a little bit more. Wish he was stouter there in terms of his upper hip. Let's put our hands together for this young lady. A nice sheep here.
Congratulations, winning Class 5 of the Hampshire Division is Caitlin Patterson from Mustang FFA. We're now ready to bring in our class winners to show for champion Hampshire Wether of the 2023 Canadian County Livestock Show. From Class 1, we have Georgia Titterington from Mustang FFA. Coming out of Class 2, Clara Foreman, Yukon FFA. Class 3 winner was Callan Menard of Yukon FFA. Class 4, Kennedy Keene of Mustang 4-H, and Class 5, Caitlin Patterson of Mustang FFA.
Awesome lineup. Sheep out here, and the sheep that won our first class is one just in terms of handle quality, muscularity, dimension up high. He did that within that particular grouping very, very easily. He's opened up down low, still got the right kind of bottom line and look up front. Like I said, in terms of his rear skeleton is where I want to change him. Want to make him longer there in terms of his hip. Wish his rear leg was just had a little bit more set and used it more comfortably. Want to square him up there in terms of his loin edge. One here that comes in two. I thought the sheep, again, that looked very, very strong there within that particular class. And now here, no doubt, I think he's still a player in terms of width, body shape, pin width, and stifle shape, very, very impressive. Out here, my biggest thing, I don't think if that guy maybe has the same kind of feature and forearm there comparatively as those two behind him, or the two that won the next two classes, but again, that sheep is very, very good. Want to smooth him up there in terms of his top line ever so slightly, but again, that one is very, very impressive in terms of just his body cavity, his width down low, very, very nice. One here that comes in next, there was a pair of them, and I went ahead and elected to start the sheep that had more feature. His handle quality was just more ideal in terms of shape, and still we set that guy in the motion. I thought he handled himself just a lot more appropriately. And out here still, he's round in terms of his cage, and he's big pinned and big stifled. Like I said, I think his rear leg is just a little bit more comfortable and has more set than the one that was second. I still think he could actually maybe just could be a little looser there the way that he utilizes it. But again, that sheep is very, very nice. I like his profile there a good deal. One here that comes in next, we got a Stouty that is absolutely, I think out here, man, it just looks like a beast out here, to be honest, just in terms of feature, width, body shape, look of quality. I like that guy there a good deal. I wish you just want to lengthen him out there in terms of his hip ever so slightly, but again, just moderate, opened up, big muscles, and still looks like a show sheep. That guy, to me, it looks very, very impressive out here. One that won our last class, good looking, very good profiling, like his pattern, still has some shape. Out here, maybe one that just needs more pin bones. We get that guy in the motion. I wish his rear leg just, he flexed it a little bit more. I thought, like I said, I think there's one out here that's playing chess and the rest of them are playing checkers. Let's put our hands together for these kids. I'll get you a cell lineup.
Kennedy.
Congratulations, your champion Hampshire Wether comes out of Class 4. That's Kennedy Keene from Mustang 4-H. That brings in Riley Harlan of Mustang 4-H to show for reserve. That's first in our preliminary sale order. Your reserve champion Hampshire comes out of Class 3. That's Callan Menard from Yukon FFA. Second, our preliminary sale order. That brings in Shelby Harlan with Mustang FFA to show for third overall. Our third in the preliminary sale order is out of Class 3. That's Shelby Harlan of Mustang FFA. That brings in McKenna Branson of Mustang to show for fourth overall in the sale order. Testing, there it is. Fourth in the preliminary sale order was Claire Foreman out of Class 2. That brought in Addison Winrich. Riley Harlan comes out next. That's fifth in the preliminary sale order. And that brings in John David Graham to show for sixth overall in the preliminary sale order. Sixth in the preliminary is McKenna Branson. That was out of Class 3. Brings in Claire Dillon.
I mean, there was so much mouths last year.
I know.
Georgia.
Coming out of Class 1, that's Georgia Titterington of Mustang FFA. That was number 7 in the preliminary. Brings in Kenley Martinez. That's Addison Weinrich, is our number 8 in the preliminary sale order. That brings in Addison Adams to show for 9th overall in the preliminary sale order.
Class 3. So, Claire Dillon.
And that is number 9.
That was Clara Dillon as our number 9 in the preliminary. And that brings in Sophie Talley to show for number 10.
Class 2.
That's Addison Adams. That's number 10 in the preliminary. That brings in Peyton Wary to show for number 11.
Five more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all that's left. What's out there? That's class 3.
Out of class 1.
That's Peyton Wary.
No, that's Tilley.
Nope. Nope.
That's who?
That was class 3.
Sophie Tilley.
Sophie Talley.
Talley, whatever. 11.
That's class 1.
That's Kinley.
Kinley Martinez comes out as number 12, bringing in Reagan Azevedo.
That's all of them.
That's what we're saying now. That is
John David Graham goes out as number 13. Reagan Azevedo goes out as number 14. Peyton Wary goes out as number 15. And Caitlin Patterson ends up number 16. That completes our Hampshire Weather Drive. Let's put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for a great set of weathers out there and a better set of kids. We're now ready to go into our Suffolk show. We have 2 different classes. Class 1 have 2 entries, entry weight of 152 to 160 pounds.
Come on, Jake. Kenny loves it when the elder.
Let's go ahead and start bringing our Class 1 and Class 2 blackface crossbreds to the holding area. There's only 2 classes of Suffolks, so please be bringing your Class 1 and Class 2 blackface crossbreds to the holding area.
I'd like the young man sheep to go ahead and start this particular class. A sheep that just handles a lot fresher, a lot firmer there over his back, and still think his top line balance is a lot more appropriately. He's wide, he's big pinned, he's big stifled. Wish he had just a little bit more feature than both of these actually, but again, I like this guy just in terms of the body shape, muscularity, touch, and tone. One here that comes in into still a sheep that's got plenty of width and muscularity. I like his pin bones and his stifle shape. I thought spot. I think this guy actually does move just a little bit more ideally in terms of his hip and hind leg comparatively to our class winner. I didn't think we had the same kind of touch and tone, just handles maybe not quite as shapely and as crisp there. But again, a good pair of them. Let's put our hands together for this young people.
Congratulations, winning Class 1 in the Suffolk Wether Division. First place goes to Jake Vogamore of El Reno FFA. Second place is Tristan Sutton, Union City 4-H. We're now ready to bring in Class 2, 2 entries, weight range of 170 to 175 pounds.
Going to lead off here with a young lady up here at the front. Sheep again, kind of same scenario as the last one, 3/4 view in terms of body shape, dimension, and width up high. This guy's got the upper hand. A lot stouter there in terms of his tailbone, like the sweep there that he has to his lower stifle. Sheep that still props up with lots of good. One here that comes in two. Bottom line is still very appropriate. I like how level he is there in terms of his top line. Got the right kind of body shape. Didn't think we had the same kind of muscularity in terms of expression and shape, but again, good profiling, very, very smooth kind of a sheep. Let's put our hands together for him.
Congratulations, winning Class 2 in the Suffolk Division is Georgia Titterington of Mustang FFA. Second place is Kyla Bonds from Mustang FFA. We'll now bring in our 2 class winners to show for Champion Suffolk and preliminary sale order. Second call for Class 1 and 2 and 3 blackface crossbreds. Please be making your way to the holding area.
Good pair of them out here in their respected classes. One that won our first class, like I said, I thought he just had more heat and more shape. We get that guy into motion. I wish he was just a little bit more agile, but again, that sheep still props up and gives us a nice look. One here out of her last class, I thought again, like I said, just had more expression, like his body shape, and still we get off from a distance. He gives us a nice kind of a look. His skeleton is just a lot more appropriate comparatively than sheep that won her first class, and still I think that guy's got more than enough muscularity out here. He's my favorite. Let's put our hands together for this young lady.
Congratulations, your champion Suffolk Wether comes out of Class 2. That's Georgia Titterington of Mustang FFA. Brings in Kyla Bonds to show for reserve champion.
You know, it amazes me that there are no more Suffolks in the
Your reserve champion Suffolk Wether comes out of Class 2 also. That's Kyla Bonds of Mustang FFA. And that leaves Jake as your third and Tristan as your fourth in the preliminary sale order. That completes our Suffolk drive. We're now ready to go into the blackface crossbred drive. Class 1 has a single entry, 95-pound weight. We need Class 2, 3. Let's go ahead and bring all your blackface crossbreds to the holding area.
I agree with you.
Single entry here in a sheep that no doubt he's packed full of muscle. He's opened up, handles very, very shapely and crisp up high, maybe just a little bit coarser. A sheep that needs just a little bit more flesh and a little bit cover there, specifically there over his loin edge, but no doubt very, very stout, very powerful. Let's put our hands together for her.
Congratulations. Winning Class 1 in the Blackface Crossbred is Morgan Branson of Mustang 4-H. We're now ready to bring in Class 2, 2 entries, weight range of 123 to 131. Class 3, 4, and 5, please be making your way to the holding area. Black-faced crossbred lambs, please make your way to the holding area.
Young man back here in the back's got our class winner, a sheep that, again, I like him just a little bit better when we set him into motion in terms of having more set and more comfort there. Grabs the surface, was just more authority in terms of his hip and hind leg, and still we get off on a 3/4 directly from behind. This sheep's got more pin bones and more stifle shape, handles very firm, the right kind of body shape. 1 here and 2, no doubts, probably just a little neater there in the base of his chest and more elevated comparatively to our class winner. Long neck, long body, lots of shape. Want to change that guy in terms of the set to his hind leg. Want to drop him there in his twist. Let's put our hands together for these young people.
Congratulations. Results in Class 2. Jake Vilgamore is our class winner. Reserve champion is McKenna Branson. We're now ready for Class 3. 4 entries in this class. Weight range of 142 to 152 pounds.
Thought our class winner just sorts himself very, very handily. Just muscularity with dimension and still gives us a nice look. One here that comes in two, probably just a little sharper looking in terms of neck, length of his neck, and still handles with a lot of touch and tone. Bottom line is appropriate. So the difference is between my class winner and my second place. We get in directly from behind in a 3/4 view. Want to give our second place sheep just more pin bones. Want to drop him in his twist and more stifle shape. One here that comes in in 3. From the side, lights out. Really good looking. Bottom line is good, very, very level. That guy just comes a little flatter in terms of the way that he's made, a little bit more one-dimensional. Sheep just needs a little bit more lead to his pencil. Sheep that rounds us out. It's got plenty of shape up high. We get off to a side view profile, just gets a little bit plainer in terms of his chest and his shoulder. Wish he had more shape there in terms of his body shape. From behind, I want to drop him in his twist. Let's put our hands together for these young people for a job well done.
Results in Class 3 in your black-faced crossbred wethers. First place is Georgia Titterington of Mustang FFA. Second place goes to Tegan Owens, Mustang FFA. Third is Claire Dillon, Mustang FFA. Fourth goes to Reagan Azevedo of Mustang 4-H. We're now bringing in Class 4. There are 4 entries in this class, 163 to 173 pounds.
Never a doubt to my mind, a young lady up at the front wasn't going to win this class because, again, got the right kind of silhouette and body shape, touch and tone. He runs uphill. We get that guy into motion. I wish the set to his hind leg just would have a little bit more. Wish he was just a little bit looser there. But, again, that sheep is very, very nice. I like his profile, his body shape. Very, very nice one. I thought the closest decision, I guess for me, were 2 and 3. I get off from a distance. I think Class 2 just hits me, or the one that's in second here, just hits me just a little bit more athletic, just in terms of his body shape. He runs uphill a little bit more. He's taller fronted. I like his body shape there a good deal. Maybe just has a little extra chest, a little extra shoulder, which his top line was just a little bit smoother. But again, he handles firm, very, very nice. One here that comes in 3. He's moderate. He's opened up, got the right kind of cage. stage there up high. To me, maybe just some things, maybe he just hits me a little bit fuller. I get my hands over his loin edge, just wants to fade. I wish he had just a little bit more crisp shape, wish his pin bones were just a little bit stouter. One here that comes in 4 that rounds out this particular class. Still got some feature and got some extension. Want to make that guy a little bit better from the side view profile. Wish he balanced a little bit better from his loin back into the top of his hip. Just gets a little, so wish it was just a little bit smoother. Got a little extra shoulder. Wish his neck set a little higher there on top of his blade. But again, still got some muscularity and some handle quality. Let's put our hands together for these young people. They've done an awesome job.
Great job and congratulations, winning Class 4 in the black-faced crossbred division. First place is Riley Harlan of Mustang 4-H. Second place goes to Shelby Harlan, Mustang FFA. Third place, Claire Foreman, Yukon FFA. Fourth place goes to Sawyer Wilrath of Mustang FFA. We're now ready to bring in our fifth and final class of black-faced crossbreds. These are sheep weighing in the range of 176 to 188 pounds. Following this, we'll go right into our selection of champion and reserve champion in the black-face division, right into the preliminary sale order.
Pretty easy winner here within this particular lineup. I like the sheep just in terms of his general outline and look and pattern. The props up very, very nicely, and still that sheep's got more than enough shape up high. Like that guy's silhouette there, a good deal. One here that comes in 2, I think just by natural default, standing in 2, because again, he's got width. I like his muscularity, his touch and his tone. 3/4 view is very, very impressive. We get off from a distance, got a little extra chest and shoulder. I wish his top line just hooked in a little bit better from his loin back into the top of his hip. His tail head wants to shoot up in the air just a little too much. Reads a little thicker, a little coarser there in terms of his head and his neck. But again, I like his feature, his muscularity there, a good deal. One that comes in 3, again, I think just a general nice market lamb in terms of having some width, some muscularity, some handle quality. To me, maybe just doesn't have the extras, bells and whistles there comparatively as our first place. One that rounds out this particular class. Good profiling, extended. We get our hands on that particular guy. He wants to fade there in terms of his loin edge. Not enough shape. Wants to close up a little bit more. Let's put our hands together for these kids for a job well done.
Congratulations. Results in Class 5 of your black-faced crossbred. First place goes to Callum Menard of Yukon FFA. Second is Kennedy Keene, Mustang 4-H. Third place goes to Shane Adams of Mustang FFA. Fourth is Gabby Nafia of Union City FFA. We're now ready to bring in all of our class winners to show for champion and reserve, and then into the preliminary sale order. Representing Class 1, our lightweights, was Morgan Branson of Mustang 4-H. Coming out of Class 2, Jake Vogelmore from El Reno FFA. Representing Class 3, Georgia Titterington of Mustang FFA. Fourth place, Riley Harlan of Mustang 4-H. And Class 5, Taylor Menard of Yukon FFA.
Sheep that won our first class is one, again, feature, width, muscularity, touch and tones are very, very good. I question his maturity pattern a little bit, got a little extra shoulder, wish he had a little bit more flesh there over his loin, want to make him a little longer there in terms of his hip. Sheep that comes in out of our second class is one that I thought he had the upper hand and advantage in terms of his hip and hind leg, just a lot more attractive there in the set. I thought he had more lower stifle and larger muscles. For me out here, wish as large of a back that he has, I wish it matched him down low in terms of feature, having more forearm, want to pick him up there in the base of his chest. I want to make him longer there in terms of his hip. Sheep that comes in next out of Class 3, that's a stout, moderate, round-bodied sheep that handles very, very firm. Out here, maybe just gets a little bit more ordinary in terms of the base of his chest and his shoulder, but again, a sheep that's got muscle, got power, to me maybe just needs to be more chiseled there through his head and his neck and the base of his chest. Sheep that comes in next, again, I love this sheep in terms of his profile, his athleticism, his body shape. We get that guy into motion. Like I said, wish he was just a little bit more comfort and he grabbed the surface with just a little bit more authority and comfort, because again, that guy's got a killer look and still got some muscularity there to go with it. One here that comes out of our last class is one that, again, this guy does have big pipes. I like his look and elevation up front, got the right kind of body shape there. I like this sheep there a good deal. I think he wants to get maybe just a little easier there in his top line ever so slightly when we get him into motion, but again, a very, very nice sheep there to win our last class. I thought he kind of, just in terms of show sheep look, he won that particular lineup relatively very easily. One more time, guys, let's put our hands together for these kids. I'll get you guys a cell lineup here.
Congratulations, your champion blackface crossbred comes out of Class 5. That's Callum Menard of Yukon FFA. That brings in Kennedy Keene to show for reserve champion. And second in the preliminary sale order. Your reserve champion is Riley Harlan out of Class 4. That brings in Shelby Harlan to show for third overall in the sale order. That's Kennedy Keene out of Class 5. That brings in Shane Adams to show for fourth overall preliminary sale order. That's Shelby Harlan out of Class 4. That brings in Claire Foreman out of Class 4 to show for fifth in overall preliminary. Claire Foreman comes out next, fifth overall in the preliminary. And that brings in Sawyer Wilrath of Mustang to show for sixth in the preliminary sale order. Sixth in the preliminary sale order is Jake Vogelmore out of Class 2. That brings in McKenna Branson. Class 3. That's Georgia Titterington out of Class 3. That brings in Tegan Owens to show for eighth overall preliminary sale order. Coming out of the heavyweight division, that was Shane Adams right there. That was number 8. We're looking for number 9 in the preliminary sale order. Bringing in Gabby from Union City.
Morgan has quit showing. That's 3. That is
That was Tegan Owens as number 9 in the preliminary. We're now ready for number 10, bringing in Reagan Azevedo.
8 was Shane Adams. There she went.
Number 10 comes out of that same class, Reagan Azevedo. That brings in Claire Dillon to show for number 11. Oh, that was Claire?
Yeah, that
Now Reagan goes in. My bad.
so that's Claire with 10. Okay, I see what you got there. That's a heavyweight, so that's,
Gabby.
how do you say that last name? Naifia? Naifa?
That's Gabby Nafa as number 11. That completes that class. That's Reagan Azevedo. That's number 12 in the preliminary. That completes that class. McKenna is number 13. That completes that class.
14,
Morgan is number 14.
15.
And Sawyer is number 15. That completes our champion drive of the Blackface Crossbred. We're now ready to go into our champion overall Wether. You'll have all those breed champions up here ready to go in. Breed and reserve beads be ready to line up in there. We will bring breeds and reserve breed champions into the arena for this champion drive. Following the champion and reserve champion and bronze selections, we're going to take our time and line all of the class winners up based on their preliminary sale order. So once we pick our top 2, we'll then go into lining up all of our breeds by preliminary sale order so we can go smoothly through that. So we need our breed champions and our reserve breed champions into the show arena now. We had one south down. That was Madison Graham of Yukon FFA. In our Shropshire division, Kennedy Keene had our champion. Madison Graham had our reserve champion. In our Dorsets, our champion, single entry, was Shelby Harland of Mustang FFA. Whiteface Crossbred champion, Della Nettles of Piedmont 4-H. We have our Southdown out there. We have our Shropshire out there. Next in, we need our Dorset, Shelby Harland. Oh, the Dorset's out there. I'm sorry, I couldn't see it from here. We need the Shropshire out there. Kennedy Keene, we need your Shropshire out there. Okay? Next in should be the Whiteface Crossbred Della Nettles. Next in is the champion natural colored Callum Menard with the Suffolk. Natural colored, and then the Hampshire goes next. Kennedy Keene had our champion Hampshire right there. Our champion Suffolk was Georgia Titterington. And finally, our champion Blackface Crossbred was Callum Menard. We now bring in the reserves of each of those divisions. We didn't have a reserve champion Southdown. Our reserve champion Shropshire was shown by Madison Graham. There was not a second in the Dorsets or the Whiteface, so the reserve in the natural colored was Kyla Bonds. Reserve in the Hampshire Drive was Callum Menard. Reserve in the Suffolk, Kyla Bonds. And reserve in the Blackface Crossbred was Riley Harland. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your champions and reserve champions in the Wether show. Let's put our hands together. We need to make sure all of our exhibitors have their blue cards as we proceed into the sale order. Once again, following selection of our grand champion and reserve grand champion Wether lamb, we're going to take a few seconds to line them all up in their preliminary sale order by breed.
Very, very content and impressed with our lineup out here, just from start to finish. Man, it's been very, very good. It's been awesome to work with the young people out here. I know we've got a crowd here, and I failed to mention earlier during the GOAT show is, I want to wish you all the best of luck, not just here at your county fair, but obviously at OIE, where it truly does matter. And again, just can't tell you all how happy and humbled I am to be able to come down here here to where I was at 2 years and sort your guys' county fair. I've enjoyed myself quite a bit. Thanks for been a very memorable show. So one more time, I want to thank you all again, my ring help, my announcers, everyone, all the staff. Thank you all again for the opportunity. We get down here to the nitty-gritty, to the sheep show, and I guess to me, what it comes down to, I think there's one out here that just kind of daylighted them all, and then after there, I think I'm pretty content with my reserve. Where it gets really, really close for me, I guess, is for my bronze. But my grand sheep is one bad cat. I think the reserve is still really awfully good. To me, our champion is one that's moderate. He's dense. He's opened up, and still very, very impressive on how he looks from the side view profile. So again, guys, one more time, let's put our hands together for all these young people out here, not just the ones that are out here, but that show today. I know that this takes a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort. So I know what I dang sure do. That's always in the back of my head. Just one thing, obviously, about judging shows, because again, I just try to do the best of my ability. And again, no funny business of that was happened today. I will sleep very, very good tonight. One more time, let's put our hands together for him. I'll get you your cell line up here.
Congratulations, your grand champion lamb of the 2023 Canadian County Junior Livestock Show is your Hampshire, shown by Kennedy Keene Mustang 4-H. That brings in Callum Menard's Hampshire to show for reserve grand overall.
Back to the one before that, which is the natural colored.
That's Callan's, isn't it?
Is that the natural?
That's natural, 'cause that's,
I need blue cards.
No, that was Shelly. Which one was that?
Are you getting the blue cards for us?
We need to make sure we have the blue cards for this lineup.
I need the last two.
okay, there's reserve Hamp and Callan.
So that was Callum Menard's reserve champion Hampshire, is our second overall in the overall sale order and reserve grand champion.
Okay, that needs,
Hold on.
that needs to come out.
And I need two.
So now we're going to take a few seconds and get everything lined up. Let's go ahead. Once we get that next one in there for the bronze.
Hey, Bandy, and that one needs to come out.
We need Shelby Harlan's third place Hampshire to show for bronze overall. Then we'll line everything up for the sale order.
Shelby. Do they have the pink numbers? Don't they have the pink numbers? Okay. Yes, sir. We're gonna line them up. Yes. Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
Reserve champion in bronze, and that was the
Bronze overall comes out of our crossbred division. That was Callum Menard with the black face crossbred as third overall. Now we're going to take a few seconds and line everything up before we go into the sale order. Once again, make sure you have your blue cards.
give this to her and just say this is, I'm gonna write blue.
It looks yellow, but it's blue.
In orange, right?
Please make sure you have your blue card for the sale order. What's here? So fourth out was the Shelburne Harlan are these? Fourth in the sale order, Shelby Harlan of Mustang FFA. Fifth place, Madison Graham, Yukon FFA. Sixth in the sale order, Riley Harlan, Mustang 4H.
This is nice and smooth. I like this. Handing cards like that. And I like they're dropping the ones out once they're duplicated.
Seventh with the Shropshire was McKenna Branson.
Get paper clip.
Eighth in the sale order was Clara Foreman with her Hampshire. Ninth in the sale order, guaranteed, is Georgia Titterington with her Suffolk.
How many of it take? 20? Guaranteed? Cake made it. Put your hand.
That's a cross, wasn't it?
Yes.
It's got to be that something.
Suffolk.
I'm so used to you doing that it doesn't bother me.
10th in the sale order was Jake Vogamore of Reno FFA with his blackface crossbred. th in the sale order goes to Kyla Bonds, Mustang FFA with her natural colored lamb.
That's the only land she had when Kyla.
You have two, because it's not big enough.
12th in the overall sale order is Cade Weinrich of Mustang FFA with his Shropshire. Thirteenth is Treston Sutton of Union City at 4H with her natural colored. 14th is Addison Weinrich of Mustang FFA with the Hampshire. Once again, we take 20 guaranteed spots and then we'll pull some alternates after that. 15th guaranteed spot, Addison Adams of Mustang FFA with the natural colored. 16th, Claire Dillon of Mustang FFA with the Hampshire.
The other end.
17th, Sophie Talley of Mustang FFA with the Hampshire. 18th, Shane Adams, Mustang FFA with the blackface crossbred. We have 2 more spots that are guaranteed. Once again, remind everybody that this year we are going to the process of you don't get to pick which one you scratch if you have double entries into the sale order. The highest placing animal will be the one that is chosen into the sale. 19th is Tegan Owens of Mustang FFA with the blackface crossbred. And the last guaranteed is Kinley Martinez of Mustang FFA with the Hampshire. Now we're going to choose some alternates. First alternate with the blackface crossbred is Gabby Nafa from Union City with the blackface crossbred. Gabby Nafa was number 21. Your second alternate, John David Graham with the Hampshire. That's number 22. That's the second alternate.
Probably need at least 5, if not more.
Slow down, everybody. Hold on.
They're got 2 coming out at the same time, and I'm getting confused.
If you're out in the arena, just hold on a minute. You got him, Scott?
That's Peyton Worry that went out. Did Reagan Azevedo go out?
Okay, the number 23, which would be the third alternate, is Della Nettles with whiteface crossbred. Your fourth alternate, number 24, Regan Azevedo with the Hampshire. Your fifth alternate is Nikki Parks with the natural colored from Union City FFA.
Might as well, we're that close.
And sixth alternate is Peyton Wary of Mustang 4-H with the Hampshire. Your seventh alternate is Caitlin Patterson with the Hampshire from Mustang FFA. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give our judge, John Romero, a big round of applause for doing such a good job of sorting through the lambs. Put your hands together and show some Canadian County welcome.
We take 27. We got a few more.
I'll announce the last few alternates, and then we'll go right into our junior showmanship. 3rd grade through 6th grade. We need your junior showmanship lining up here. You know how we brought them in for the show? You're going to be doing about the same thing. So, our 8th alternate was Kyla Bonds from Mustang FFA. Our 9th alternate was Sawyer Wilrath of Mustang FFA. The 10th alternate was Abby Miller, Union City 4-H, and our final alternate was Riley Sullivan of Yukon FFA. That completes our weather show. Once again, let's put our hands together for such a good shot of weathers and a good judge right there. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Show some love. Let's go ahead and line up our junior showmanship. 3rd grade through 6th grade, junior showmanship. You ready to go in? Junior Showmanship, 3rd grade through 6th grade. In the sheep division, this is your class. If you're 3rd grade through 6th grade and you want to be in the showmanship, we need you in the arena now. 3rd grade through 6th grade, junior showmanship, sheep division. Once again, each of our division showmanship winners will receive a bronze livestock trophy for their respective species. The bronze is sponsored by Daryl and Diane Bowe of Yukon.
Single entry here, and no doubt to my mind, a young lady here that wins the still, obviously, but I think she can dang sure withstand some competition. She gets out here and she hustles and gets the most out of her lamb here. She gets that thing running uphill and squat. She does a really, really good job. Let's put our hands together for this young lady. She does an awesome job.
Congratulations, your champion junior showman is Madison Graham. We're now ready for intermediate showman. This is 7th through 9th grade. 7th grade through 9th grade, intermediate showman in the lamb division. Intermediate showman, 7th grade through 9th grade, walking into the arena now. Our intermediate division showmanship winner will also receive a bronze livestock trophy of the respective species. This year is sponsored by Jason and Brittany Brower. If you see any of our sponsors throughout the day or out at sale this Friday, please be sure to show them a big thank you.
I don't know all these kids, guys. See, I'm gonna have to.
I know, I was hoping you did.
He said he did.
He said he did. He said he wants to. As soon as we get out of here,
I
he'll
think
get in
it'd be
there.
good since it's cattle.
Are we going to have to widen that out? Tell him to go ahead and get ready then, if you would.
Because this is this is intermediate.
We got one more after this and we're done.
Really, really good set of kids out here, and obviously maybe just a little bit more competitive here than our last division of Showmanship. But again, I think from top to bottom, a lot of very competitive kids out here. But I guess for me, what it comes down to, I think there's one out here that just a young person out here that just separates theirself. Never really gave me a bad look of their animal. Feet placement are correct. That thing's driven and presented the way that he needs to. Man, just an awesome set of kids out here. I just think there's one of them out here that's just kind of gets just as daylights them here within this particular division. Nothing to take away from the other showmen. One more time, let's put our hands together for these kids. I'll get you a champion.
Congratulations, your champion intermediate showman is Riley Harland from Mustang. We're now ready to go into our senior division of the showmanship. Grades 10, 11, and 12, sophomore through senior. This will be the final division of the 2023 Canadian County Junior Livestock Show Sheep Division. We're finalizing our sheep show for the 2023 Canadian County Junior Livestock Show. Tomorrow, we had said something about cleanup. If everybody could show up around 11 o'clock, not 9 o'clock, we will do cleanup at 11 o'clock tomorrow. So if you can be here by 11, we'd sure appreciate it. I think most of the ag chapters are requiring it. JC agrees with that, right? Okay, as long as you agree. Yours will be here at 11.
What a way to wrap up a sheep show here. Man, it's been an awfully fun and eventful day to be able to work with the young people today. Just to echo what I said earlier, obviously I took a little longer of a time here I just wanted to see what we got here individually, and seeing all the kids just set up their animals and see how they work with them. To me, obviously there's a lot up to grabs, and again, that means to me take a little bit longer and making sure I get them right, because obviously, if I'm not mistaken, obviously your champion showman here will get to represent you all here in Canadian County at OYE. So I want to really make sure I get these right and give you guys the best opportunity to do well in the city. So again, I want to thank you all for having me. I know I've said that a lot, but very, very fortunate to be able to work with you all today. I've enjoyed myself quite a bit. It comes down here to showmanship. I guess just seeing all these kids, I think there's one of them out here that just was the smoothest, the quickest, and just, I guess, within this particular lining, just never missed a beat, never gave me a bad look, gets the most of them. But again, an awesome set of kids from top to bottom. One more time, please join me. Let's put our hands together for these young folks. I'll get you a champion.
Those mics have worked really good. There you go.
Congratulations, your champion senior showman is Callum Menard of Yukon FFA. Callum will receive the bronze trophy sponsored by Helena Chemical Company, and that completes our sheep show for this year. So let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for a job well done by Mr. John Romero right there, and we're getting ready for the beef show.